Sometimes boring, always looting, sometimes scoring, standing around crafting things all day. It's time to start, I hope you're glad. Epic quests will be had. Beck's looting what he can, together gaming with the clan. Beck. Viking themes, dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins. Set the score. The journey begins with you, my friends. May our quests know no ends. Subscribe, let's be friends, let the games begin. Beck's will go far with his clan Kazamar. A family of friends whose gaming quest will never end. Viking themes, dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, let's journey begins. Set the score. The journey begins with you, my friends. May our quests know no ends. Subscribe, let's be friends, let the games begin. Beck'll will go far with his clan Kazamar. A family of friends whose gaming quests will never end. Viking themes, dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins. Set the score. From K-TAM in Defiance to satisfactory science. Post-apocalyptic, every stream is epic. Valheim is Viking, stream account is spiking. How many subs will Beck earn anyway? Auto Assault was twisted metal. Warcraft makes you mental. Battle, glad you're here, it's elemental. What game should we play today? Beck. Journeys begin with you, my virtual friends. In wastes of wonderlands, what adventures will we share today? Join the chat, subscribe and watch Beck play. Let's start the stream, let's play some games, chat a lot, and share our day from mountains to seas, swamps to plains, alien worlds and fantasy. Viking themes, dwarven lore, have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins, set the score. Beck'll will go far with his clan Kazamar. A family of friends whose gaming quests will never end. Viking themes, dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins. Set the score. Beck'll will go far with his clan Kazamar. A family of friends whose gaming quests will never end.
Okay. Let's get into it here. Hello and welcome to the stream, everybody. And get the radio kicked on there. I'll turn that down a bunch because don't need that overpowering me. So hopefully that should be good volume there. Let me know how that is. And so yes, we're going to start writing episode 4. Adrift in the Black. Normally I wouldn't do this because I kind of want to keep it kind of under wraps. But at the same time, it has been such a long time getting this stuff out. Now, I have some aspects of episode 3 already recorded. I do need voices to finish it. And some other projects as well. So if there's anybody that has any desire to volunteer their voice, by all means. Be all good. So, anyways, let's get my hat fixed here. This is my rendition of Baby Is Cold Outside. That Defiance twist. So I know one of the questions that we're definitely going to be dealing with the radio is Defiance is done. It's been done for 5 years now. And why are we still doing the Defiance thing? Why is that going to be on the radio and stuff like that? I just gotta snap here. Basically, like, what it is it's establishing the radio as far as history, doing the Defiance stuff. It also allows us to showcase what people have done with us in the past, and kind of shows what we can do with a community of people who have. We're not looking for the best talents in the world. Just be yourself, kind of thing. And so there's lots of opportunity for characters and stuff like that. Why does it look like something is off here? Oh, okay. Oh, I see what I did. Okay. Just was wondering. I just looked. Yeah.
Until the desert, this is my reality. From the caves until the nether, it's my world to oversee. This might seem like something special, but we do this every day. This is my land made with my hand. This is Minecraft and there are definitely some defined characters that will be coming and stuff like that. So yesterday, kind of did a read through of episode 3. A lot of the lines have already been recorded as far as Keevan's lines. He's going to have to redo a bunch. And we have our Drifter lines. Well, I got to find Smarius and see if he still wants to voice stuff, because that could be fun. And then basically kind of redid some of the breaks, and then we got a lot of interchange, which I added between Keevan and Mr. K. A lot of exposition, a little extra narration built in, just trying to speed things up. One of the new strategies is to write a few episodes and get it all. You'll never hear him coming, and you'll never see him shoot. He skulks around in secret, and he gets the best of you. And when you die, you rage and cry and curse his padded shoes. Roll up and see the amazing spinning, sniping 10-year-old. He's got more revs per minute than the disc in his console. Take care when laughing at his spinning
Okay. Yeah. So we got lots of exposition. So part of episode 3, there will definitely be some more rewriting in here. Because I want to see if I can shorten it a bit. There's a little bit of action, a little bit of talking. This part, honestly, it should flow fairly quickly. Like this entire conversation, if I was to just,
Under the mat, the authority. Just walk away.
like if I was just to do it straight without really any pausing or anything like that, like this is a quick 2 minutes. So, yeah. I have to glue my ball here a little bit. Feels like it's falling off.
By the good will of strangers. Just walk away. What has society done for you?
So,
Anarchy and chaos do.
let's turn that down. So I do want to do a bit of a read, just refamiliarize myself as we go into episode 4. So the narration's always somebody different, and the narrations can be done by people who have another role in the series. So just because you get a narration role doesn't mean you're excluded from doing things later on in the series. We want to try and give as many people an opportunity if they so choose. And the goal here as well is I'm probably going to try and write the rest of the episodes. There's basically 10 episodes is what's meant to be a season, or a storyline, right? So each season's basically going to be a storyline with the sub stories and subplots underneath it. So the first season is, of course, dealing with Kevin and kind of our Defiance people, and then after that, the whole Defiance content, other than the fact that Dementia's there, but Dementia's going to move very quickly from the whole Votan thing. I mean, we'll still have Votan. We're still going to have the Votan. We're still going to have those references, just like I have references to Auto Assault, which is a game from 2003 or something like that, 2006 maybe, I don't know. Auto Assault, which was supposed to be produced, was being developed by NetDevil, and then NCSoft came and bought the publishing rights and killed it. It sucks. So that's another game that there is an active community trying to bring it back, and so I do make reference to Auto Assault in here as well. If you know anything about that, and so there's going to be other games and other worlds that are going to be kind of dropped in different ways. Into this. Like I may have another engineer named Steve, right? And that's a Minecraft reference because Steve is the ultimate engineer in Minecraft. So we might do stuff like that, right? There might be a Master Chief. Who knows? Obviously, they're not going to be exactly like their counterpart. They're counters in Halo and whatever, right? Like they're not going to be direct rip-offs because obviously we don't have licensing and we're not going to get these people doing names. Now that being said, I don't know if the Duke Nukem guy is still doing recordings. I'll have to look that up because I just might spend some money on some lines. For like a Duke Nukem kind of guy. Definitely, I think if we had a Duke Nukem kind of guy, definitely I think be like a military guy. probably be part of Korgov military or something like that. I'll have to think about that. Because I don't think he was charging a whole lot. But that was like years ago. So I don't know if he's still out there doing that or not. Okay, so we'll start for the last act. Anyways. Oh, there's a new update for something. Okay. With a start, Kevin with the start, Kevin sat bolt upright, his face flush with sweat. He was freezing and needed to get out. The room was too small. Claustrophobia gripped him. He panicked. He punched the lock to the door and ran down the hall. Behind him, pounding footsteps followed. He turned down several corridors, certain he lost whatever was chasing him. The only pounding now was in his head. Sweat dripping down his face, Kevin stopped to rest. Nearly doubled over, gasping for breath, his vision blurry, he blinks a few times and squints to see a pair of shoes in front of him. Kevin looks up. The legs were human-shaped, not at all like those bug creatures of dementias. There. Slowly regaining his posture, Kevin looks into the face of the man before him, a face he saw in a cryopod. So that kind of makes reference to something that he saw in episode 2, because it's always good to have callbacks to previous episodes, and in episode 1 and 2 are currently done and out, so you can go listen to those. And they will be played on the radio. So K is Kevin, Mr. K is obviously Mr. K, both voiced by the same guy, Kevin 6, who has been AFK for the last little bit. I'm thinking it's having some bandwidth issues. Anyways, so this will probably get rewritten a little bit. In fact, we might even do a little bit of rewrites here in the recap. But anyways, you're not a reflection? Yes, because Mr. K is deeper. So I don't know. I mean, I can't do either really accent justice, but I'm certainly going to try. You're not a reflection? Yes. You look like my father, but you can't be. That would also be correct. Then you must be a figment of my imagination. I am most certainly not. Then who? There is no time for your 20 questions. You haven't much time at all. Seems you've infected yourself with a bit of a bad ego. Oh, what? You must be silent. Your questions will be answered. In good time. But first, Kevin, was it? How delightfully interesting. Feel like I'm talking to myself. Yes, quite. Now, come. You're in danger of completely losing your mind. I think I may already have. And then we get some narration. Kevin, with the aid of the stranger, because he hasn't been introduced officially yet. Now, we're going to assume that this is Mr. K that Dementia has been talking about since episode 1. So the audience is already going to know that this is Mr. K, or is going to make that educated guess. And of course, they're going to be right. I'm not going to be that kind of writer that is going to screw with people. That's just not fair to do that. So yes, this is Mr. K, but for now, because he hasn't been officially introduced, he is the stranger. Kevin, with the aid of the stranger, walked down a few corridors into another medical-looking room with the same large bed on an arm and bright lights above it. Laying on the bed, Kevin lays on the bed as the stranger deftly slides and flicks his hands over a holographic control, the pressure in Keevan's head increasing. He leans over the side of the bed and tries to vomit, but all that comes out was a bubbly burp. Mr. K, you have not eaten anything in some time. You'd likely have died already if not for the properties of the ego. I don't know why I'm so yawny because I'm talking. Yeah, answered my own question. So anyways, you have not eaten anything in some time. You'd likely have died already if not for the properties of the ego. But I see here it wasn't made for humans. It doesn't know what a human is. It's been trying to configure itself to you. Lucky for you, it is incomplete, or it would have recognized that you are not an Indogene. An Indo what? An alien race. I am not sure how you came into contact with this, but be sure it is killing you. Fortunately for you, uh, I have the cure to what ails you, though you may not fully appreciate it for some time. Oh, and you may call me Mr. K. Don't think too hard on that. Narrator. As Mr. K has been speaking, the holographic display shows a series of numbers and images. Kevin looks on, trying to focus. He watches as a robotic arm descends from a portal in the light array and grips around the back of Mr. K's neck. A few minutes later, it pulls away and moves towards Kevin. Ooh. Mr. K, pained. That wasn't nearly as unpleasant as I was expecting. I only hope I have not miscalculated. Now, please sit still and lay back completely. What is going to happen next is going to hurt. A lot. What are you doing to me? Something I did not think I would ever have the chance to do. I'm going to save a life, and not just any life. I'm saving my life. Say that again! He's grunt of pain. And then narration. The arm moving under the table through a small portal that opened, grabs Keevan's neck and jabs him with a large diameter syringe needle into his spine at the base of his skull. The same place he sees is bleeding on Mr. K's neck as he stands and leans against a counter, opening a door for a towel to wipe himself off. Keevan is angry and scared. What did you do to me? Mr. K, you should start to feel better right away, which I hope is soon enough, as activating this medbay will alert dementia. We'll need to move quickly. Keevan, I want some answers. I need answers first. Mr. K, why do people always want to stop and talk when they should be running for their lives? Basically, it's it's every horror movie ever. Um, or every that's like every action movie. Like how many times do you see the movie where it's like, yes, you should be moving very quickly now, but they don't. They stand there and they talk, and of course the bad guy catches up. So, yeah. Why do people always want to stop and talk when they should be running for their lives? Listen closely, because we really do not have the time. I have implanted you with a portion of my own ego implant. It is more complete and compatible with you and will break down the one poisoning you to rebuild itself. Think of it as an upgrade. Now, let us go. Narration again. Entering the corridor, the thumping sounds of several volts can be heard. They are close and advancing quickly. Kevin, his head already feeling better, follows Mr. K as they move away. The corridors all look the same. The only difference is the alien script location numbers of the bulkheads. Numbers that Kevin can seem to read. He hears stop echo in his head. It's a trap. Kevin looks around. Oh, hello, kitty. Yes, there. Oh. Are you going to play with that, are you? There you go. Excuse me. No. You can't take that with you. That's my hat. I half expect to get a smack here by the cat, by the way. Excuse me. It's my hat. Being rude. You're being rude. Yeah, you have lots of toys. Why do you need to play with my hat? Go play with your own toys. I can't have nice things, can I? She's just gonna go smack me. Yeah, he hears "stop" echo in his head. It's a trap. Kevin looks around, and Mr. K is nowhere to be seen as two Volge, nearly without a sound, come around a corner. Mr. K, don't move. Don't get shot. Where are you? I can't see you. Neither can they. Be silent. Concentrate. I'm hoping our communication link is active. You need to find someone to get off this ship. The two Volge stop, their guns charged and steadied in Keevan's direction, when suddenly Mr. K materializes next to one, launching himself from against the wall, knocks over one of the Volge. For a brief moment, it looked like Mr. K's arms glowed as he hefted up the fallen rifle and shot the standing Volge and turned the gun towards the other as it got to its feet. Then a blaster sound. Now, this is also a callback to episode 2, where, or actually, it might even be earlier in this episode, actually, where Keevan tries to pick up one of these guns. And yeah, where Keevan tries to pick up one of the guns, and he finds it's very, very heavy. Did you seriously just punch me in the head? Huh? Hey, I'm talking to you. How rude. She's going to get it, that one. She's going to be right in the eye. Oh. Oh, that hurt. Oh. Fortunately, I don't think I got the claw in the eye. Little brat. That's it. You're grounded. Nothing nice for you. No more treats for the rest of the day or nothing. Jeez. Little bitch that one is, eh? Anyways. Now, what I'm referencing here as well is ego powers from the Defiance universe. Now, I don't know if we're going to carry on these ego powers. I mean, they have a recharge rate, which in the game is like 5 minutes. You know, so there's going to be recharge times and stuff like that. I don't know if we'll carry. This is the conversation I guess Keevan and I are going to have. As you know, because this is, you know, he's kind of helping co-write. I basically write. He helps me proof. But since we're getting, you know, more into yeah, so it wants me to say one the no. Anyways, yeah, so we're gonna have, you know, so there's 3 ego powers from Defiance. And so we basically showed two of them. Now, Mr. K, shouldn't have more than two, but he's got a very advanced ego. And the fact that he's given half, a good chunk of his ego to Kevin, it's definitely going to have an effect on him, but we're not gonna know what that effect is necessarily here. Don't even think about coming near me. You are off limits, or I am off limits. Anyways, she's probably gonna scratch up my chair. I need to clip her nails too. Yeah, you'll need to find someone to get off the ship. Yeah, then Kevin, who's Beck? Why do I need to find him, and why won't he trust me? How do I know any of this stuff, and why do I feel like there's a big "you are here" arrow where I'm standing? Dementia. Ah, I have found you at last, the elusive Mr. K. You have been busy, both of you. Mr. K. She's not all seeing. She's been damaged. There are blackout zones. State of the shadows. You will feel most comfortable there. Dementia. You cannot escape. Not this time. I have calibrated my sensors to sense humans. Mr. K. Run. Well, it'd be more like a low growl. Run. They both move as swiftly as they could. Still feeling unstable, Kevin couldn't manage more than a stagger, and Mr. K wasn't looking much better, his face strained and more pale than it was before. The mental map that Kevin could now see, like a shadow image when he blinked, showed areas he had never been to. He recognized their path as heading back towards where his ship was. Kevin, my ship. We can't fly in it. It's seen better days, and the last of them. Mr. K. We're not taking your ship. We are taking one of hers. I just hope he's made it there too. It's the only other bay with a mostly functioning exit. It's where he'd go. What you are no doubt experiencing now is the ego implant integrating into your system. I am sending you all the relevant information I can from both our, I'm saying all the relevant information I can, but both of, however, yeah, he's not going to say but, however, both our egos are incomplete. Once this door opens, get in and lock it from the other side. I'll encrypt the passcode. It should slow her down for a few minutes. Find Beck and get out. Narrator. Rounding a few more corners, they come to a door, and behind them the heavy thuds of more Volge. Mr. K starts working on the door codes, while Kevin closes his eyes to get a better visualization of everything. It's almost like a file system that he can control virtually. There's something else, but he can't quite put a finger on it. The doors open just as the Volge come around a corner, blasters charging. Mr. K. She wants me. She'll ignore you for now. She believes you'll be trapped in here. Her sensors are not fully working in there. What if this Beck isn't here? The narrator. Mr. K suddenly shimmers. The sound of blasters, fire, and Kevin finds himself through the threshold. The door closing as a ghost-like figure moves incredibly fast through the door and towards the Volge, who are unloading rounds, filling the corridor with plasma. So that is the end of episode 3. So we end in action. So So now we do episode 4. Save this. Save. And then we need to move this over to the other one. Which is blank. Probably bring the volume up here a little bit. After all, this is for the radio. Episode 4. So we always start with a narration, kind of recap. I also don't know if I want to, if we're going to do the voice, because the ego implants have voices. Like they have their own. They're like an AI, but they're not really an AI. They're actually the consciousness of the person, the living person from whom they were basically harvested from. Or mapped from, I guess. Which, in the beginning was a very fatal experience. I think we made a recording about that too, actually. I'm curious if I can find that one. Okay, so narration. The mystery of Mr. K, now partially solved, left Kevin with more questions than answers. Feeling much better after Mr. K implanted Kevin with a part of his ego implant, many things started to make more sense about what was happening. The confusion of this entire experience started to become clear. Kevin found he could start to read some of the writing around him. Alright, back to the Mr. K pushed him through. Hello. Kingdom of Darkness. Okay, so let's see if this makes sense as the opening narration as a recap of almost the previous two episodes. But more specifically, a recap of episode 3. With the pertinent information. Now, what happened in episode 3? Kevin, he succumbs to the bad ego implant. Basically suffers. We get a couple of recaps of K-TAM content, Defiance content, and some audio clips, which we're going to sprinkle in here and there as episodes go on, just for reference. Nostalgia, callbacks, stuff like that. We'll kind of see exactly how and where that stuff will really come in. But you just kind of give some context, I guess. Especially if any old characters come back. And, I'm going to leave certain bits of ambiguity, I guess, or not ambiguity. I mean, I've kind of already set up some potential storylines in the writing, as far as some of the hints that I've given in the conversations. Now, not everybody's going to pick up on that. In fact, I don't expect most people to. And that's okay. And I'm not going to say what they are right now either. Because, that's, I can't give it all away. So the mystery of Mr. K now partially solved, left Kevin with more questions and answers, feeling much better after Mr. K implanted Kevin with part of his ego implant. Many things started to make more sense about what was happening. His ego implant. Overwriting the
This is ridiculous. Fixmas only comes once a year. Fixmas, you've got something better to do.
Try cutting his finger. So this basically gets to I'm writing a script for so back in a game called Defiance, I ran an online radio station called K-TAM Radio. And I've had a few people ask me to bring the radio back. So I have. So that's what you're listening to in the background. KTAMradio.com. Go check it out. And part of what we were doing was audio dramas. What we were doing was taking the game's lore and content and in many ways rewriting it and writing it into a more digestible, consumable method. Like there's aspects of Defiance that didn't make a lot of sense to people. Like for example, there's this creature called Volge, and in the lore of the game, they're kind of invaders to the Votan system. They kind of harried and harassed the Votan races and stuff like that. Yes. And so the game ran 2013, I think 2015, 2016, and then they tried re-releasing the game as Defiance 2050. And then that ran up into, I don't know, 2018, 2019, somewhere around there, I think. And so you have these Volge creatures that, as far as anybody knows, died in the Votanus system when it went Nova, basically. However, in the game, these Volge just appear, right, out of nowhere. They just, poof, they're here. No rhyme, no reason. They just show up. And, ad break. So, wait. Ad break on Twitch. I'm not even looking at my YouTube. Forgot I'm streaming to YouTube as well. Here, let me get that chat window open. I'm sorry if there's anybody over there. Nope. I got so many windows open right now. It's ridiculous. I'm not even signed in to YouTube on here. So good. So while he's on the ad break, there we go. Logged in. Shut up! I don't want to listen to your chat. View my channel. There you go. Live. Open a new window. Pause myself. Close. pop out chat. There, now you can see the YouTube chat. Not that I'm going to get anybody on YouTube anyways. Okay, so yeah, so basically back where I was as far as the content goes. So in the game, these Volge things appear out of nowhere, and there's no real explanation, right? So we invented where these Volge come from in our storyline, and basically the people liked it. When there were certain events in the game, we would have our radio hosts, like everything's in character with the radio. Not everything, but as much as possible, it's all in character. And so part of that character is we want to do radio dramas, you know, like the old time radio shows in the 40s and 50s, 30s, 40s, 50s. And so there's 2 episodes out already that we did way back when. And then, of course, you know, when the game shut down, you know, we couldn't find a home for the radio. And the community kind of fell apart as everybody just splintered off into a bunch of different games. And then, like I said, so I've had a few people want us to bring them back. So that's what I'm trying to do. It's been up for about 10 days now, and it's still quasi-demo mode. I have almost everything done. Got a website, KTAMRadio.com, and it looks as close to our original website as I could get it, which totally looks like GeoCities from Yahoo way back in the day. Definitely very early 2000s look and feel to the website, which is kind of the point. And I mean, my web skills aren't that great anyways. So what I'm doing now is I'm basically writing the transition storyline for how the radio goes from Defiance over to the core, what we call core lore, which is something that we were developing even back then. And what the core lore is an alternate universe timeline in which the Defiance storyline never happened the same way. So the Defiance storyline, 2013, aliens show up at Earth and shenanigans ensue. In our storyline, the aliens bypass Earth. They realize that there's no, you can go away. No, you can go away. They realize that there's intelligent life on Earth and stuff like that, and they respect us, and they just continue on. So in this universe, the core universe, the Votan all exist. Like they exist somewhere else, and whether or not we'll ever get around to that, I don't know. That's definitely going to be one of those plot hole things that once people kind of go, wait a minute. Like, these guys, they still exist in this universe, just not in the same way. It's like, yes, yeah, absolutely. So what happens in this is our Defiance characters are in this alternate universe that is in a very unique situation. It's in kind of a ley line galactic universal system. This basically allows us to, we have a MacGuffin for creating the multiverse. We can basically Wreck-It Ralph into other games. But we had this all planned out before Wreck-It Ralph. Somebody stole our idea for Wreck-It Ralph, because it's literally the entire premise of the core lore system is we're going to be able to eventually dip into and out of game universes and stuff like that, and the radio will be able to pick up broadcasts from those different universes and stuff like that, which should be fun and entertaining, and it allows us to be more flexible and cover more content, and that also explains why the radio has music from many different games, as well as stuff like this one right here, Care a Long Way, which is an independent, which is a relatively independent artist here in Canada. And I want to support independent artists and stuff like that as well. And it helps us avoid licensing. And it's just a lot of fun, and it allows people to interact in a unique way that, you don't get to do with a lot of creators, like most content creators, you get to play a game with them and stuff like that. And, I mean, absolutely, I can do that too. I have Path of Exile 2, which I'll be playing here probably in a bit. I want to get into Star Citizen more. Especially now that they kind of definitively have said that 2026 is Squadron 42. So I should probably start figuring out how to fly my ship. Path of Exile 2. It's like a Diablo clone. I would say it's a lot like Diablo 2 or Diablo 3. Yeah, it's kind of a lot like that. It's kind of that top-down. And you can play in a small party, and you just go kill a bunch of stuff. It's fun. I'm enjoying it. Not getting any viewers when I play it. But then I don't get viewers for playing Valheim anymore, and I get no viewers for Satisfactory anymore either. So, I mean... Yeah, well, there's Path of Exile 1, the first game, and that was out for a while. And then, yeah, the number 2 just came out, 2 weeks ago. It's in early access, so I figured, I'd kind of share some of the writing process that I go through with people. It also lets me talk and, yeah, I have. Well, because I do it for fun, Yes, there is. Yeah, it's in early access. Like I said, I think $30 gets you in, and you get a bunch of money, like the $30 worth of their in-game currency or whatever. I don't know. But for $30, I think it is. I think there is a free version. I think if you paid $30, you got in early, but I don't know how long the early part was. So I'm not sure if it's free yet. There, let me look. Store page. You can buy the Path of Exile 2. Yeah, early access supporter pack. So yeah, it's $30 American, just $42 Canadian. But it will be free when it comes out. So yeah, it will be free when it comes out. But yeah, it's early access, but it's really good. I'm level, I don't know what level I'm at, but yeah, I'm almost done the first act. So I should finish the first act today, but I think I have to grind out a few more levels first. I definitely need to grind out a few levels first. Oh, that's not bad for you then. Yeah, because I'm trying to get, I have this channel, and then I also have the radio channel, so I have twitch.tv/K-TAM Radio, because I'm wanting to try and get some passive ad revenue to help cover costs of the radio, because it's a hobby. We got a Discord for it as well. So if it's something you're interested in, you can listen to it on the website as well, ktamradio.com. And but here, if you want to join the Discord for the radio, that's it there. I think. Yep, K-TAM Radio. And that's where I'm at most of the time now. I basically already have more active people in that channel than I do on my own. Go figure. But my channel's, my channel's Kazimar is 4 guilds and clans. So if I get anywhere on Paths of Exile, because I have a clan in there, that's probably where I'll do stuff there. But yeah, I have Ashes of Creation that I should be playing as well, but I don't know. I want to play it, but at the same time, I've been kind of waiting for so long already. I don't know. So I'm trying to get back to some writing here. So so basically the opening narration is a recap of the previous episodes, usually the finer points, kind of talk about how we got to where we're at. Okay, so yeah, the mystery of Mr. K, now partially solved, left Kevin with more questions than answers. Feeling much better after Mr. K implanted Kevin with part of his ego implant, overriding the Indigene one picked up when Kevin touched its blood after cutting his finger. Because I'm basically telling people where he got it from, just in case they don't clue in. So that's kind of that mystery as far as how he got that other ego implant. Not everybody's going to put it together that he cut his finger with the laser scalpel, touched something, it healed his finger. Most it's healing goo. Well, yeah, kinda. So it was nanites that did it. Many things started to make more sense about what was happening. The confusion of this entire experience started to become clear. Kevin found he could start to read some of the writing around him. It was indeed alien. The last moments Kevin saw Mr. K was as a shadowy, blurry figure, moving almost faster than he could track with his eyes. Darting back through the door, Mr. K pushed him through. Blasters firing, and then silence once the doors closed with a resounding thud. Once again, Kevin found himself in a large hangar, and inside was several ships that were at least twice the size of the now defunct Kevin 5. His head, both clearing from the previous pain, was spinning as he took in all the new information the new ego implant was showing him. In the distance, behind one of the ships, Kevin heard the sound of rustling. So that kind of recaps episode 3. It doesn't really talk about the homicidal nature of dementia, why there's blaster fire. Blasters firing under the command dementia, the Ark ship's AI, and then silence. We'll do that. That's a bit of a longer narrative than I'd like, but it recaps a lot. Because, once I start getting these episodes out, it's going to take me... Well, honestly, it's the recording that takes the longest amount of time. Kind of getting all the voices down and stuff like that. I can't square this. No. So I'm in the way of so much of this. Transform. Edit transform. Crop left. Of course, I'll have a big blank area above me. So now we get to introduce a new character. So we mentioned the character in the previous episode. You can kind of read most of it. Most of the scripting isn't going to be much to this side of the screen anyways, for the most part.
Have you ever tried a big bag of Dick's apples?
Yeah.
A firmness that can't be beat.
I love
These
this
apple
commercial.
bags are engorged with vitamins and nutrients.
I like the naughtier version
You won't be
that
able
we
to
have, the
keep
B-roll
yourself
version.
as you hum with pleasure. Only a real dick would say no to a big bag of Dick's apples, available at your nearest grocer. Dick's, when you really need to have the real thing.
You know, the funny thing is how many dick jokes are in the commercials that run on this station. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so yeah, so B will be back. That'll be me, my character. So my character doesn't know that Keevan's, like, he knows Keevan's there, but he doesn't know it is Keevan. And so there's a lot of backstory that's going to happen here in regards to my character, Beck, and the Mr. K character. So, because you're probably unaware, so Keevan and Mr. K are voiced by the same person. Mr. K, in our Defiance universe, was, I guess you could say, an information specialist. And he was very good at obtaining information from people in very interesting ways. And we have another clip. I just need somebody to voice it. I have one role that needs to be voiced, because the person that was originally going to voice it isn't around anymore. So I need somebody to voice one bit. I think I have everything else recorded for it, and it basically explains Mr. K very well as far as what he does and whatnot. And of course, there's his song that plays on the radio. And we see a little bit of a slightly different side of Mr. K from episode 3, because Mr. K was also a double agent. So there's that as well. So yeah, so from Beck's perspective, he's out of sight. You know, he's on the other side of the ship. He's where that rustling's coming from. So he thinks, if he goes, okay, so he's on an ARC ship, which is from Defiance, and so he thinks that Keevan is a Votan, and who just woke up from cryosleep or whatever, because he's not expecting there to be another human. Now, the thing about the ego implants is they have a limited ability to communicate with themselves and other technology. So they're kind of like a radio. They're kind of like Discord, basically. They can share files, small files and stuff like that. And over short distances, they can communicate kind of as like a walkie-talkie. Now, they are a form of their own mini AI. So they can have their own personality matrix, and they can talk to you and stuff like that. Again, I don't know if I'm going to continue that, because that's just an extra voice. And that can start getting a little confusing. We'll have to see. It might be one of those things that is used sparingly. So yeah, so Beck doesn't know. Now, Mr. K is an older gentleman, where Kevin here is a much younger gentleman. However, he is Mr. K's alternate universe self with a different history. So Kevin never became Mr. K because totally different timeline. Because not only are they in a different universe, they're like 1,000+ years in the future of Earth 2013. Probably almost 2,000 years in the future by this point. But timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly stuff. And so Beck has a history with Mr. K. And it ain't a good one. And so that's going to come out here very shortly. This should be interesting because I'm going to and we have an audio clip of that that will fit into here as well. I wonder if I have that handy actually, because I'll actually want to play that for reference. Where is that? I gotta. Yeah, there's the document. That's the script. Now do I have the audio file? And I know I have the audio file because I've listened to it. Just doing a search here. Okay, Mr. K. Mr. K recording to dementia.
Are you lonely, Mr. Altar?
Okay, good. Yeah, so that's the one. So it'll be so he interacting with kinda, yeah, he was. So in episode 1, Kevin finds himself on the ship because he's a drifter. He kind of accidentally finds himself on this ship from the Defiance universe. The AI thinks that he's Mr. K. The AI in the ship thinks that Mr. K has put her in some form of a simulation because nothing seems right because, well, her ship was crushed. And so a lot of her sensors are busted because she was sabotaged because she's an arc brain, so it's an AI of a ship that's like not moon-sized, but was probably a third of the size of the moon. And now it's probably half of that. Because it was squished down quite a bit. It's like 200 and some spaceships all Legoed together, and that forms a much larger arc ship. And so episode 2, Kevin escapes, kinda. Gets to a medical bay, cuts his finger, touches some indigene blood, which infects him with an ego implant that it has no awareness of what a human is because none of the Votan on the ship have ever made it to Earth, right? Like they've been in cryo sleep and stuff like that, so they have no idea what's going on. Like they got into the ship, and they got into their cryopods 5,000+ years ago, and they've been there the entire time, thinking that they are going to wake up when they get into a system that has been terraformed to meet their life, kind of thing, like their lifestyle. Um, Now, obviously, sometimes there's malfunctions and whatnot, or there's certain repairs that need to be done, so Dementia would wake up, who was necessary and have them do repairs, whatever. But in Dementia's backstory that we created to create her, her programming got a little corrupted. Kind of a Hell 9000 situation. And so she creates the Volge, because the Volge never left the Votan system, but but the Volge are bioengineered, and so she bioengineers Volge out of the dead, dying Votan, that, cryopods malfunction, micrometeors hit the ship, they cause damage, stuff like that. So, rather than them dying completely, and I guess being recycled or whatever, she just converts them into Volge, Frankenstein kind of way. Which is all part of our storyline that people absolutely loved because it made sense. Anyways. And so Kevin gets caught again, taken to a mess hall, basically given food, which he doesn't eat because it's slop and it's just ick. And the effects of this ego are hitting him pretty hard. He's feeling woozy, he's dizzy. We're gonna have an ad here in a minute. So he gets up on a chair thinking that he needs to get higher up the oxygen. There's the oxygen difference. There's more CO2 kind of thing. So he thinks he's suffering from like CO2 poisoning. So he gets up on a chair. These Volge have their guns pointed at him. He falls off the chair. They shoot. They blow themselves up. He's in the slop. He escapes out of there. Gets into a cabin. And just basically starts succumbing really badly to this ego implant, which, and while he's in this room, he hits a computer that starts playing a couple of clips of Defiance, which kind of helps. It's going to help remind people, I guess, a little bit of the backstory and stuff. Oh, I guess it's not doing the commercial. Odd. So anyways, this entire time, of course, Dementia, the AI, is still thinking that he's Mr. K, but it also realizes that it's not Mr. K because he sounds similar but not identical because he's a much younger self. Mr. K has a very distinct way of talking. Kevin has a southern accent. Mr. K doesn't. Mr. K talks very slow, deliberately, much deeper, more menacingly. Which you'll hear in the clip when I play it, which is damn near its own scene because it's 5 minutes long, which will be played as part of this, I think. Yeah, and then it'll go to a commercial break. Oh yeah, I just had a good idea how I'm going to do that. Oh no, now it's ad breaking, so I'll wait. Oh, you're back. Keevan's in the room. He's suffering, and then Keevan's basically helps him get away, kind of thing. And then because Mr. K helps Keevan get away. Now because Keevan and Mr. K are technically the same person, Mr. K's ego implant, which is something you got in Defiance, it's what gave us our superhuman abilities. He basically takes, because it kind of installs itself in the base of the skull, but it's like a little nanite factory. So there's like a whole lot of nanites basically grouped together, and they form a network, and then they also go throughout your body, and they help you heal faster and stuff like that, augment your skills and abilities. Now, egos can be specific to different tasks. So you can have a military ego, which is obviously going to make you better at sharpshooting, or combat effectiveness. You can have egos that help you be more technical. So there's different kinds of egos. Now, because Keevan touched an indigene, again, it's kind of explained how its ego doesn't know what a human is. But it was also like, you just touched it, right? So he's not going to get a whole lot of nanites out of that. Probably a few thousand. And so they're going to get into a system, and they're going to realize, oh, something bad has really happened, and they're going to heal whatever damage they can. And then they're going to go and try and reassert themselves. So they get up into the base of his spine, and they coalesce, and they're trying to rebuild themselves. And that's kind of what's driving Keevan nuts. Now, because egos can talk to each other to a limited ability, Mr. K, he can kind of scan Keevan, and he knows kind of what's going on. He gets him in a med bay, which is a full scan, which helps Mr. K really understand what's going on. And Mr. K goes, well, I'll give you part of my ego because it's compatible. And he injects it into Keevan, and it attacks the bad nanites, right? The other nanites, and then breaks them down and uses them to create more of itself, which also helps heal Keevan and regenerate Keevan and stuff like that. You can just know. You can go. Thank you. But that also diminishes Keevan, or Mr. K, a little bit, because he's losing a lot of his ability. And that's kind of where we're at, right? So Keevan's better. He doesn't have a fully functioning ego because it has to integrate into his system and whatever. Now Beck, my character, I have an engineering ego, right? That's my specialty, is engineering. I'm kind of like a Scotty. Scotty slash, I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm a crusher, you know. I don't think I'm quite a Wesley Crusher type, because like that's a different level of kind of brilliance. Definitely more on, say, the Scotty aspect. I can finagle and MacGuffin, you know, quite a bit. I mean, my history is a scavenger in the Defiance universe. Kind of growing up, and surviving as a scavenger kind of thing. So I can hobnob stuff together, and I just happen to come across, I don't know, what my backstory is Von Bach, when he was testing the ego implants, basically what they did is they just said, hey, medical testing will give you money kind of thing. And I was one of the fortunate few that got an ego that worked. Because they were all taken from Votans, and of course drove a lot of people insane and caused a lot of damage. Not all of them integrated, and so I happened to get one that they had tweaked well enough that worked. And mine just so happened, the personality that created my ego was an engineer. So how the egos were originally designed, and this is lore that never made it into the TV show or the game, but it was in the lore Bible. So basically, how it worked is the ego implants were functional, but they didn't integrate and they didn't work very well. They were missing something, and the person that created the egos kind of accidentally figured out how to do it by killing an assistant, and that assistant was kind of downloaded. I guess you could say the personality matrix was downloaded, and that's the one that we get in the game. It's the voice and the girl, the look of the girl and stuff like that in the game. So if you look at Defiance videos and YouTube and stuff like that, you'll see this white figure and whatnot. Itachi. So so basically, so that kind of brings us up to kind of where we're at now, I think, in the story. So so my character. So again, I don't seek even. I think this is somebody that just woke up out of cryo. I'm speaking English, which kind of doesn't make sense, because the ego would translate, but the ego's not going to know English. Well, no, because the ego would have downloaded from dementia. Not really. I'm thinking like a Ghost in the Shell kind of thing, maybe.
K-TAM Radio.com. It's what you're listening to right now, meatbag.
You got a hole you need to open up? A well that's just not as deep as you'd like it to be. Dirk's Diggler service can get in deep and stretch out all those shallow holes. Maybe your manpower just isn't doing the trick for you, and you want someone with some experience to get in there.
Translator. I'm a terrible speller.
We can take care of business any time of day.
Yeah, it's a trip. It's a trip when they first initialize. Did you get one before going to cryo? I guess it would help acclimatize when you made it to Earth. Man, let me tell you, that didn't go over like you thought. Hopefully you're able to update your language translator from your ARC brain. And then, Steps, Beck is coming around. Then Kevin, hey, some guy just helped me out of a bad way. Beck, that's pretty good English. Where did you? Narrator. Okay, so pause, stop the radio. He killed his whole clan and basically almost erased his blood. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, that's kind of greedy. Okay, so I'm going to play a 5-minute clip, 5.5 minutes. That's going to give you a lot of context. Now, this clip was going to be part of the previous episode, but I think it's going to play better here. Wait. Okay, in that instant, Kevin. That instant. Okay, so in that instant, Kevin got a full download of a memory file from Mr. K that was triggered when he saw Beck. This is why he won't trust you.
Are you lonely, Mr. Altar?
Oh, okay, so just for fun and reference here, what you're listening to, the majority of the lines that Mr. K is speaking, the majority, almost everything he says, are direct quotes from Mr. Rogers. Okay? Direct quotes from Mr. Rogers. Okay, that's like the majority of what Mr. K is saying. And yet there's a whole. I mean, if you get right, this gets deep, in meaning. It gets deep in messaging. I mean, you can unintentionally. This is probably the most masterful bit of combination of writing probably I've done yet, with integrating the quotes from Mr. Rogers and wrapping them into the scene, and with what my character's saying and doing, and in understanding a backstory of Mr. K that most people don't know and will never know. Other than, remember, he's a double agent. And he is trying to save the world of Defiance as best as he can from both the Votan Collective, which is lives in Brazil. That's where a lot of the Votan went to live. There is a little indigene encampment in Winnipeg, in Canada, that God knows what they're doing up there scientifically and experimentally and stuff like that. And then you have the EMC, which is the Earth Military Coalition. And then you know, like there's all these different factions that are kind of vying for their own power. And all he's trying to do is stabilize things, and he sees the radio, not the radio, it's all about dementia, because he realizes, and some other people realize, that dementia is more than just the radio AI. They kind of have an inkling that it is connected somehow to a greater power, which would be the arc brain, the arc ship. But of course they can't get there because you can't fly because of super radiation and arc falls and stuff like that. But it's like, but there's clearly there's something there. There's an arc brain that exists, you know, and it's only suspected that this is what's kind of behind the radio. So yeah, there's a deep dive in here of text, subtext, and subtext. Like, we're talking Dune levels of wheels within wheels within wheels that unfortunately we never got to fully explore because Defiance ended. But anyways, so yeah, I'll try and shut up and let it play.
Are you lonely, Mr. Altar, as you sit here in your solitude?
I don't know why it stopped. Oh, my Winamp just crashed. Grr. Okay, let's try that again.
Are you lonely, Mr. Altar?
I'll mute myself
as you
again.
sit here in your solitude. Solitude is different from loneliness. It doesn't have to be a lonely kind of thing.
Let me out of here, you son of a bitch! kill you.
Mr. Altar, confronting our feelings and giving them appropriate expression always takes strength, not weakness. It takes strength to acknowledge our anger, and sometimes more strength yet to curb the aggressive urges anger may bring and to channel them into non-violent outlets.
So, what now? How many lights there are again? I mean, whoever you are, what's next?
I ask you, Mr. Altar, what was the greatest event in Earth history? I can't say. However, I suspect that like so many great events, it was something very simple and very quiet, with little or no fanfare, such as divulging a secret. The really important great things are never center stage of life's dramas. They're always in the wings. That's why it is so essential for us to be mindful of the humble and deep, rather than the flashy and the superficial. There is no normal life that is free of pain. It's the very wrestling with our problems that can be the impetus for our growth.
Why are you doing this to me?
As human beings, our job in life is to help people realize how rare and valuable each one of us really is. That each of us has something that no one else has or ever will have. Something inside that is unique to all time. It's our job, Mr. Altar, to encourage each other to discover that uniqueness and to provide ways of developing its expression. Let's see how it goes from here. Almost there. When I was very young, most of my childhood heroes wore capes, flew through the air, or picked up buildings with one arm. They were spectacular and got a lot of attention. But as I grew older, my heroes changed. So that now I can honestly say that anyone who does anything to help the EREP is a hero to me. We live in a world in which we need to share responsibility, Mr. Altar. It's easy to say, it's not my fault, not my community, not my world, not my problem. Then there are those who see the need and respond. I consider those people my heroes of the Earth Republic.
The Earth Republic, they're not heroes, they're villains. Earth Republic, you never forgiven for this. You commit atrocities, people, cities. Everybody's worried about the Votan, the collective. People need to be worried about you.
Forgiveness, Mr. Altar, is a strange thing. It can sometimes be easier to forgive our enemies than our friends. I know we don't see eye to eye, but look at everything we have been through. It can be hardest of all to forgive people we love. Is there anyone out there? Anyone at all, Mr. Altar? Like all of life's important coping skills, the ability to want forgiveness and the capacity to let go of resentments most likely take root very early in our lives, such as the loss of a family member. What will you regret more, keeping a little secret or having no one to forgive you? I, and I'm the closest thing to a friend you have, Mr. Altar. I will forgive you for what we have endured.
Okay, so that is the entire clip, and there's, yeah, so, okay, so what gives it away that Keevan's a double agent is my character is about to tell him, like, the real threat is, and before I can say, he zaps me and I pass out. So stopping me from actually saying what the real threat is. Now, in the context of the conversation, the real it sounds like I'm going to say you or the E-Rep are the real threat because I mentioned Votan Collective and stuff like that. But no, I'm actually going to say something else, but I don't get to say it, what the actual threat is, because I've now confirmed to Mr. K the existence of Dementia's Arc ship in the orbit. But he also knows that his interrogation is being recorded. So he has to make it look good and sound good, which he does. He's a professional. And yeah, there's more to it. I mean, if you really go through and break apart, you know, talking about heroes and stuff like that, like it's just, he makes Mr. Rogers sound so menacing. You know, like, could you just imagine having Mr. Rogers quoted back to you? You know, and then we have, and then there's a whole bunch of Halloween ones I think we did as well. But yeah, I for some reason the Winamp froze up there, so yeah, whatever. Probably because that's a WAV file, and it's a big one because it hasn't been compressed. But yeah, and that's a complete scene, sound effects, everything. That's the full production of that clip. And I'm so glad I got to recover it because I don't know if I could reproduce it quite the same. But yeah, like that's my favorite part is the production of everything, and I always want other people's voices. I don't want my voice. I'd rather have other people's voices on the radio because it's by community for community, and therefore it should represent the community. You know, my job is to keep the ship afloat, and stuff like that. So we get back to the script writing. So that'll play before, or yeah, up to the break. And then the commercial break. So how I do the commercial breaks with the audio dramas is you play a station ID, you play a commercial, then you play a song, and then another commercial station ID back into the episode. And the song either reflects what has just happened or is going to kind of foretell what the next scene is about. I don't know what song I'd put in for the commercial here. I'd probably have to come up with something original. I mean, I could do the Stay Away from the Mr. K song I have. I mean, I could do that one. That would fit. Or, you know, something that has to do with being a survivor or whatever. So anyway, so Kevin snaps out of his momentary paralysis. The entire memory took only a moment. And back. Mumbling. Now, when I record this part, yeah, I'm gonna have to put up a blanket or something like that. It's gonna get pretty echoey. Oh, it's fun. Oh, I think the ads are gonna be playing here. Boy, he's playing a lot of fucking commercials. I should have paused that one. Should have discontinued it. Man, it seems like he's doing commercials like every 10 minutes. What the hell? Yeah, so then my character is gonna have a bit of a meltdown. Yeah, so Key would be now Mr. Altar. Please listen to me. Now, of course, that Mr. Altar is the trigger, right? Because that's what Mr. K calls him, is Mr. Altar. Ah, Mr. Altar. Kind of like the Mr. Smith from Matrix, or Anderson, Mr. Anderson. You know, and I guess you could say Mr. K in a way is kind of an homage. So that's 2013. Yeah, Matrix is when. Excuse me. Now, when was the Matrix? I want to say around 2000.
I am no Mon, and my wife Wu Mon have been in this spa business for 6 generations. As you can imagine, it is
1999. Holy shit. Wow, it's even older than I thought.
But we assure you, we have the experience to deal with any interruptions that may encroach your special time. You can count on us in all of your traditional needs for any of the local species.
Yeah.
As the Bay Area's only cast-a-fit style bathhouse, we offer single suites, coupling suites, family-size suites, and more. Come and become family. The Mon Family Spas.
Well, yeah, it should almost be done. Yeah, so it looks like Matrix is 1999. Man, that is old ass movie. Budget 63 million, and it grossed almost half a billion. Which back then in 1999, earning $467.6 million would damn near be $1 billion today. But anyways, yeah, so Mr. K, I guess you could say, is kind of a nod to the Mr. Smith character, in that, you know, we kind of use that Mr. Anderson as, you know, Mr. Altar. So yeah, and then so Keeman's saying now, Mr. Altar, please listen to me, is that's going to be like, I guess, the trigger for, I guess, what I do, which is basically have a complete, utter freaking meltdown. And so we also ripped off the Next Generation Picard being tortured by the Cardassians, with there being, there's 4 lights, there's 5 lights, so there are only 4 lights. Basically showing that I never gave in. I ultimately never did give in. And of course, I get rescued out of this facility with Mr. K's help. But I don't know this. Well, I guess I would be somewhat aware of the rescue, but I would have been in pretty bad shape. Because he would have shut my ego off. In fact, technically my ego should be turned off. Yeah, because that's the other plot line here. Yeah, my ego is currently disabled, but my character is smart enough and been around Votan technology enough that I can still monkey my way around stuff. So now, Mr. Altar, please listen to me mumbling. So I want to be mumbling. 4, only 4. There's only 4. There's 4. There's 4. There's only 4. And then eventually I'm going to build that up into just an absolute, yell. There are only 4 lights. Just give it all I can. Probably scare the shit out of the neighbors. I have to go into my glossary, make sure it's the right term. Yeah, so then Kevin, I know what happened to you. Yes, there are only however many lights you say there are. Because like Kevin's got to bring some levity back into it. And Kevin's really good at inflecting that. Listen, I really don't have time for this. We don't have time. Dimensional will be coming through that door anytime now, and we really should be dust by now. Dust being a drifter's term for all gone, all done, gone, dust. So because he's a drifter, so what drifters do is they go out and they mine smaller asteroids and stuff like that for the minerals, metals, water if they can find it, and of course once you're done, generally the asteroid is dust. Right, there's almost nothing left of it. So when an asteroid is done, it's dust. When you're done, you're dust, and stuff like that. So it's one of those terms that we will have. Shouting. So back, still mumbling. So basically, I'm in shock. I'm having like the most terrific form of PTSD moments. Complete anxiety. Okay. And dementia. Because we always need to bring in evil. Well, she's not evil. Okay, this version of dementia's evil. So, yeah, really should be dust by now. Beck's still mumbling. No, we can't be. Leave me alone? You're kind of doing that little bit of stuttering, and I hate it when my lines are broken up. Beck. May I call you Beck? You're Beck, right? Because my character hasn't introduced himself yet. You said you'd be here. You could get us off the ship. Can you fly one of these? Listen, this isn't the time to become
Welcome to Quartz, KTAMRadio.com.
It's Fixmas. Yo, gather round all your pioneers and lizard doggos around town. Take a seat and give this a listen. A Fixmas song from the beginning. It starts with snow falling from the sky, and then parachutes open way up high, gently drifting down in colored paper, ribbons and bows. Y'all pioneers, yo.
So yeah, Beck, man, call you back. Yeah, you are Beck, right? You said you'd be here. Can you get off this ship? Can you fly one of these? Listen, this is the time to become. And then dementia, a soggy mess on the floor. I see. Like all bioorganics, you all eventually decompose. Though I have never witnessed one wilt quite so quickly. Do not move. I will extract you shortly, and then I will extract from you the information that I need. Oh, great.
Lizard doggos in their festive kit, antlers, bells, red noses about it. Open your crate.
Oh, great. The
Solid order or high-speed connector. A motor, turbo motor, to juice up the truck or the Explorer. Work might pause, but not for long. Fix it, still got us in their corporate throng. Save the day for everyone. Just get back to work. Christmas time, we're celebrating. In this factory we're creating. Gifts drop down like it's raining. No debating, no one's waiting. 80s watching and complaining. I'm sure sure this is useful to someone somewhere. From massage to Abbey to fix its core. This holiday, we're asking for more. More time to play, less time to work. Let's enjoy this Fixmas perk.
So yeah, oh great, the overpowered speakers found us. Come on, we got to get out of here. And you were working on something. Right over here. So let's go. Because you always, in an audio drama, you often have to explain the action, and I could break it into narration, but I don't like to. I don't like to use too much narration. I like it at the beginning of an act or beginning of a scene. You can use it, beginning of the act. You can use it in scenes, but it can become something that you fall too heavily on. So that continues to mumble. Well, leave me, get off, etc. Dementia. Few of my Volge. Here. They are not that. To dispatch. Excuse me. I need an insult in here. In your password. Nah, she wouldn't use that. It is impressive you two managed to eliminate a few of my Volge. They are not that easy to dispatch. Mr. K is no longer registering on my internal sensors after I painted the corridor with plasma. The door is currently jammed. I am decoding the passcode. It will only be a few more moments, and your biological biological sacks of waste will be debriefed before you are converted to join my ranks. See, I'm not him. Just proved it. I'm a terrible speller and typer. I'm gonna convince you. Okay, yeah, see, I'm not him. She just proved it. I don't know how else to convince you. I know I look like him. I can't help that the universe thinks I'm so handsome it made two of me. Wait, there might be two of you two here. There might be two of you. Wait, there might be two of you here too. So then back, huh? No, this is a trick. What is it with you people all thinking this is a simulation? Trust me, this is all very real to me. I've had bad dreams that have had happier endings. Because, I got to get a dick joke in there somewhere. Well, the thing is, Kevin's using levity in a very tense and stressful situation.
Made possible by Bond Industries.
Now, your youthful beauty can last forever. Always consult your doctor before starting treatment. Some side effects may occur.
Not I, a dark horse. Says all being Self-repair ability. Yes, a nightmare, a dark horse, a bad omen. This has all been confusing. Where am I? When am I? I cannot detect any stars. I cannot chart a course. Engines offline. Self-repair at 30% efficiency. Yeah, what did you do? Keyboard. I don't know. I don't know what they did. You definitely. So you got to move the storyline along now. So my character can't be catatonic. That's why I got a little exchange here with dementia. My guy's trying to collect himself. Oh, another ad soon. Now I'll go to a narrator. Shakily shuffles. I didn't know if its security systems were still active or not. Now, what kind of ship should it be? I was thinking a shuttle. Let's look up different ship. See, can I make this bigger? Corvette, Minesweeper. I mean, even a Corvette's still pretty big. Gunboat. might be an escort ship.
K-TAM Radio rocks the bay. To all our hunters, thanks for supporting me while
Let's see what
Rick is
else.
off grinding. Whatever.
Yeah, because a Corvette, I mean, you're going to need a crew on a Corvette. What's a frigate? Yeah, frigates are pretty big. So we don't want it to be too big. Corvette, transportation. Well, I guess, I mean, if it doesn't have a crew, it's not fully effective. Call it a sub-corvette. It's a sub-corvette class. Enough cargo. So now I have to try and write in our dementia character. Now in the storyline, our dementia was used to kind of hack the arc brain dementia, which allows us to sabotage the ship. Now, our dementia also wanted to reintegrate herself into the greater arc brain, kind of like a I'm going home. Now, in the backstory, of course, the arc brain sees the dementia, the radio station personality, as kind of more of a virus, and as a result basically tries to shut it away, which doesn't completely work, and so it attempts to re-download itself back into the device that we use to bring her onto the ship. But of course, none of this is explained anywhere. Like a cancer, it will be cut out.
K-TAM Radio. Would you scrug us? We'd scrug us. We'd scrug us hard.
Are you tired of being used as a stepping stone when crossing shallow rivers, walking along the bottom using goat intestines as a snorkel while everyone else swims gracefully by? Is a diving helmet part of your standard gear loadout? Just because you wear plate or other heavy armor doesn't mean you should suffer in pain and possible tetanus from rusting. Try the all-new Ploties. These small pig bladders fill with air, making your armor more buoyant, allowing you to easily and safely bob along with your party. Don't bother with trying to find a shallow spot to cross rivers and streams. That can take hours. Instead, don your pair of Ploties. Simply affix the reinforced bladders to either pauldron and inflate with the easy-to-use tubing. It's that easy. You need never fear travel by boat or barge again. You don't have to be wearing plate in order to take advantage of Ploties bladders. They'll attach to anything. Backpack, polearm, pack animals, and siege equipment. If you order today, we'll include an extra set of Ploties bladders for free. But wait, if you contact us within the next 10 minutes using your Savantium crystal device, we'll include our 3-pound can of water lard absolutely free. You can use our patented water lard on your armor or anything else.
I don't want to try. I don't want to use vernacular that it wouldn't be for his character. Let's go narration.
The 3-pound can of water lard. That's a 16 crown value for only 4 crowns, but you have to order today.
This is my biome, it's what I call home. All of my time I've spent building you. From the moment of spawn, whenever I log on, I know it will always be me and you. And it was cold like December, the wasteland you used to be. But I put you at the center, now you're beautiful, I agree. Now it's too late to keep playing, time to log off for the night. I'd never call that time wasted,
and I'll be right back when it's bright. I've spent all of my time, I've put up the lights, there's no end in sight. Think I'm doing it right, I'll never be done. Even when the sun sets, I'll be here all night. This is my biome, it's what I call home. All of my time I've spent building you. From the moment you spawn, whenever I log on, I know it will always be me and you. And if I ever lose you, then that's it. So I'ma save your file I'll never miss. And all those other worlds will never get. I wish you had some lips that I could kiss. 'Cause this is my biome. Can't wait to get on tomorrow. I'd never miss one single day. Because it's me and my biome. Never think of going away. You can expect me to mine. There's a good feeling in the air. And I'm always hoping to find some diamonds. So I'm going. I've spent all of my time. I've put up the lights. There's no end in sight. Think I'm doing it right. I'll never be done. Even when the sun sets, I'll be here all night. And this is my biome. It's what I call home. All of my time I've spent building you. Moment to spawn, whenever I log on, I know it will always be me and you. And if I ever lose you, then that's it. So I'ma save your file I'll never miss. And all those other worlds will never get. I wish you had some lips that I could kiss. 'Cause this is my biome. Man, let me tell you one thing. It's kinda creepy how much I love my biome. To you I'm gonna cling forever. I'm never gonna sever this bond. Whatever the weather, whether it's cold or hot like the nether. Whatever, that's what I say to them creepers. Get out my face, get out my house, it's a keeper. I'm a sleeper, no fear when I'm sleeping. I don't hear a peep or the gurgle from an endearing enderman. I'm telling you it's you and me to the end, man. All these diamonds that I wanna spend, man. Get you some good looking blocks, that's a trend, man. I do it only because you're my friend, man. And I'd be saying that all night. It's a truth I wouldn't say it if I didn't know. For you, I'd put up a fight. Happy to say this is my biome. It's what I call home. All of my time I've spent building you. From the moment you spawn, whenever I log on, I know it will always be me and you. And if I ever lose you, then that's it. So I'ma save your file I'll never miss. And all those other worlds will never get. I wish you had some lips that I could kiss. 'Cause this is my biome.
Select one of the ships, image, and image in front of ours. Hexagonal, hex, probably hexagonal. Hexagonal. Oh, okay, hexagonal. Yeah, there we go. See, I'm terrible at spelling. So I'm trying to picture how I want, because like I know what the intent is. So um, basically, so the device that we use that house our radio dementia is this orb thingy, uh, and of course it's the same orb thingy that you see in all of basically, well, not, but in a lot of the radio pictures, right? You know, the little glowing red thing with the blue eye. That basically is Dementia's arc. That's her brain for our ship, or for our radio, which of course doesn't currently have her, but it still has programs and software in it. Um, Why can't I spell this word? Antenna? Is it A-T-T? Antenna. It must be antenna. Antenna. Whatever. I'm thinking about the storyline. So I'm literally like I have the end plot is them getting out, kinda, because I still need to have a cliffhanger, to end the episode, and I'm already pretty deep into this scene. It's definitely going to be a bit of a longer episode.
And you're listening to K-TAM, the best radio in the Bay Area.
It's Christmas in Defiance, a special time of year. Jack got a new hip with all new set of gears. Rollers come rolling, no need to hide. Celebrating unity, still the storm divide. Indogene,
And then pulse. Pulse sound. Commercial break. Because the pulse could potentially overload things. Okay, now let's go back through this and see if it makes sense. So commercial break. Cuban snaps out of his momentary paralysis. The entire memory took only a moment. Okay. Yeah, because most of this is the 5 minutes of the other audio. So this is a solid minute read here. The mystery of Mr. K, now partially solved, left Keevan with more questions than answers. Feeling much better after Mr. K implanted Keevan with part of his ego implant, overwriting the Indogene one picked up when Keevan touched its blood after cutting his finger, many things started to make more sense about what was happening. The confusion of this entire experience started to become clear. Keevan found he could start to read some of the writing around him. It was indeed alien. The last moments Keevan saw of Mr. K was as a shadowy, blurry figure moving almost faster than he could track with his eyes. Darting back through the door Mr. K pushed him through, blasters firing under the command of Dementia, the Ark ship's AI, and then silence once the doors closed with a resounding thud. Once again, Keevan found himself in a large hangar, and inside was several ships that were at least twice the size of the now defunct Keevan 5. His head, both clearing from the previous pain, was spinning as he took in all the new information the new ego implant was showing him. In the distance, behind one of the ships, Keevan heard the sound of rustling. Yeah, it's a trip when they first initialize. Did you get one before going into cryo? I guess it would help acclimatize when you made it to Earth. Man, let me tell you, that didn't go over like you thought. Hopefully, you're able to update your language translator from your Arc brain. Mine would upload, but it's been disabled. Hey, yeah, some guy just helped me out of a bad way. That's pretty good English. Where did you? You. And then in that instant, Keevan got a full download of a memory file from Mr. K that was triggered when he saw Beck. Then Mr. K's voice, this is why he won't trust you. Play the torture clip. So that's probably 7, 8 minutes. There's the clip itself was 5.5. So 7 or 8 minutes for here. Commercial break. So you figure you're going to have 2 commercials to minute. Station ID's song, 3.5 to 4 minutes. So we're 10 minutes. 10 to 12 minutes. So that's good. Kevin snapped out of his momentary paralysis. The entire memory took only a moment. Instantly understanding, he looks at Beck, standing only a few feet away, watching him curl into himself in both terror and rage. Not sure what to do, with nowhere to go, Kevin waits. Now, Mr. Altar, please listen to me. Only four. There are four. There are only 4 lights. Scared the cat. You deserve it. I know what happened to you. Yes, there are only however many lights you say there are. Listen, I really don't have time for this. We don't have time. Dementia will be coming through that door any time now, and really, we should be dust by now. No, we can't be. How did you leave me alone? Beck, may I call you Beck? You are Beck, right? He said you'd be here. You could get us off this ship. Can you fly one of these? Listen, this isn't the time to become dementia, a soggy mess in the floor icy. Like all bioorganics, you all eventually decompose. Though I have never witnessed one wilt quite so quickly. Do not move. I will extract you shortly, and then I will extract from you the information I need. Oh, great. The overpowered speakers found us. Come on. We gotta get out of here, and you are working on something over here. So, let's go. Jesus. I need to go back to school. So, let's go. Beck continues to mumble. It is impressive you two managed to eliminate a few of my Volge. They are not that easy to dispatch. Mr. K is no longer registering on my internal sensors after I painted the corridor with plasma. The door is currently jammed. I am decoding the passcode. It will only be a few more moments. And you biological sacks of waste will be debriefed before you are converted to join my ranks. See, I'm not him. She just proved it. I don't know how else to convince you. I know I look like him. I can't help that the universe thinks I'm so handsome it made 2 of me. Wait, there might be 2 of you here too. Huh? No, this is a trick. What is with you people all thinking this is a simulation? Trust me, this is all very real to me. I've had bad dreams and have had happier endings. Yes, or dementia. Yes, a nightmare. A dark horse. A bad omen. This has all been confusing. Where am I? When am I? I cannot detect any stars. I cannot chart a course. Engines offline. Self-repair 30% of efficiency. Internal sensors malfunctioning. Many hull breaches. Many thousands of Votan are dead because of you. What did you do? I don't know what they did, but I'm sure it was for good reason, and based on what you've put me through, I'd like to finish off the job if I could. And I'm back. Hey, yeah. She's not as harmless as ours was. You can let me go. You're definitely not him. I can see a bit of him in you. Listen, what do we got to do to get off this dock? Can you get us in one of these fly or not? Oh, they'll fly. Well, this one will. I was fixing that one there to be sure it won't. None of these will fly except for that one. And the narration. Beck, on his own 2 feet, shakily shuffles towards one of the larger ships. Keeman sees the other ships all have ports open on their hulls. It's clear some work has been done. As they approach the hull, a portal opens in what looked like a solid hull. It looks like solid metal. Solid metal. A stair descends a few steps. Beck pauses and motions for Kevin to climb in first. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you letting me board first. What is this? I don't know if its security systems are still active or not. Better you than me. This is a sub-Corvette class. Bit of a jack of all trades. Best with a crew of about 10 or so. It'll fly with just the two of us. And you can fly, right? Can a drifter drift? Yeah, I can fly, but I don't know if I can fly this. I mean, I can read and understand some of these controls, but I ain't never seen anything like it before. Dementia, unauthorized access. Get off my ship. You do not have the proper access codes to open the outer doors. Not have permission to leave dock. Because part of what she is automated, right? Permission. You don't have permission to leave dock. Don't bet on your digital digits. Those doors will open. There's part of you that I'm sure is more than happy to be rid of us. Oh, you mean that subroutine you used to distract me? It has been firewalled and will soon be deleted once I have decoded everything I can about what it knows. Like a cancer, it will be cut out. Ha! I think I turned it on. Okay, systems check. Sure, it's all glowing the same color. Gotta be okay. I'm just picturing this in Keevan's voice. That's one of the talents I have. I have a really good talent for seeing people's strengths, kind of putting them where I think they go best. And with that, like this will get rewritten a little bit more to kind of suit Keevan a bit. More of his inflections and stuff like that. Not doing too bad. I mean, been at this for 3 hours and got almost an episode written. And I already have an idea for the next episode. So, yeah. So the ship drifts off the dock, spins 180 degrees, facing the big double door airlock. Beck, using a holographic display, brings up a scan of the bay, showing the other ships. He pulls out a hexagonal cube from his bag and places it on the console into a receptacle. It powers up in a red glow. Actually, powers up in a blue glow. In a blue glow. He selects one of the ships in the image and moves its image in front of ours. One of the other ships powers up and moves into the same position. Facing the airlock, Beck moves it towards the door slowly. That will not work. You cannot build enough speed to do more than dent the doors. What do you simpletons hope to accomplish? Beck, no, but I still have access to all the codes our AI had before plugging her into you. She might be gone, but one of these codes will work, and I'll brute force my way through those doors. Keevan, how are you going to do that exactly? This orb is how we brought our AI on board with us. She downloaded herself into the main Arc Brain. The main Arc Brain AI. The AI. There, main Arc Brain AI. It distracted it long enough to sabotage the ship. The personality is gone, but not the files it left behind. I'm going to use that ship as an antenna and use its power core to blast a signal. It'll be a signal pulse. It should overload some of the nearby circuits and open the door. I'm also going to try and download any information I can about this Arc ship. It should unlock a few files too. There we go. Along with some unique code from one thought to be dead. From one thought to be dead. Dorset Case, who was good enough to rig up a program just for this situation. There we go. That's a lot of exposition. Like, that ties in. Like 3 fucking. That's like 3 subplots. Right there. So that's like, yeah, there's like 3 good solid subplots of the K-TAM radio station. Right in that one sentence. And then pulse sound. Commercial break. So yeah, that should be about, well, I mean, that'll be at least 5 minutes of talking, 5-6 minutes. So, because I mean, you think about how much talking is in the Cuban clip with me. So it should be about the same length. To say another 8 minutes. There's sound effects in there and things like that as well. So if that's about another 8 minutes or so, plus commercial breaks. So it should be about 24 minutes roughly, 24, 25 minutes. And then need a song that would go in there. Something about short circuiting or something like that, I think would be best. So back to narration. Fuck, I still can't spell it right now. I was just looking at it. Antennae. Then we'll get another burning, not bringing, fuck. Petrol. So yeah, so you know, bring in another Defiance reference, Petrol, gasoline, some mix of Gulanite and whatever. Even though these ships, yeah, they probably run on a form of Petrol. I don't know if Kevin would say heebie-jeebies, but I'm thinking he might say heebie-jeebies. He might have another word that's better. Let's see.
Are you tired of the same old boring meals day in and day out? Here at C-Subs, we have the key ingredients to keep you coming back for more, yeah. We have fresh cow meat and dairy products coming from the Ken's farm, and our endless homemade fries and chips made right here at our restaurant. Don't forget, we have different kinds of soda as well as beer, even some homemade from our own brewery right behind our shop. Who could go wrong with the C-Sub? C-Subs, where our subs are made by real seamen. Yeah.
Let's go gray all of a sudden. I guess it'd be white. Oh, because it's inverted, that's why, I will find you, and I will kill you. That'll be the last comment from her. See, I came in for a closer look. So that's where we do a callback again. So this is his log he hands over, which is, you know, the batteries are dead. Here messes with this hour. Here messes, yeah. I don't think it messes with the ships. Okay, so I need to add something back here. Narrator. And
All of you listeners out there in the Bay, check us out on Facebook, K-TAM Radio.
There's bulge outside. Go run and hide. Please not this time of year. There's snow outside. Christmas lights. It's the season of cheer. The tree is up. Tinsel strong. Presents
Okay, we boarded. The ship moves out of the docking bay into a tunnel. Blackness greeting them on the other side. Behind them, the remaining ships ignite their power systems and explode. The damage is overall minimal as the docking bay is designed for mishaps. The ships and the Vulge that boarded them are no more. So we got that. Got that. No more. Where the hell are we? Okay, so this is where we at here. So in a way, we've kind of have a resolution now. Pulse blasted out just as the ship touched the door. The metal acting like a conduit. The mix of power conducted into it, and the programs hacking the ship's code. And the program's code, the ship's code, caused the hatch to start opening. Hatch to open. The ship powerless bounced back into the back. In the lack of gravity. Okay, sorry. Bounced back in the lack of gravity and drifted harmlessly into a corner of the dock. Back nodding at Kevin, the ship drifts towards the now opening hangar airlock. The hexagonal cube changed from a solid blue to red with a single blue hex. Its program's terminating. Beck picks it up and puts it back into his bag. So, I mean, there's no foreshadowing there, but there is, because you go to the website and you see the same orb, red with the blue eye, and we know Dementia's back. So there's kind of that. Dementia, you cannot leave. I will not allow it. I have breached the doors. My Vulge will take you. You see them other ships? They won't fly. I do suggest you start burning some petrol, though, because they will be going somewhere, and we don't want to be around when that happens. All right, Skipper. Where's the throttle? Release the clutch. Put it in gear. Pop that note next to it. Now slide that up. Whoa, not so fast. Slowly. Yeah, better. You sure you know how to fly? Why don't you fly this thing if you know how? I want to know where your hands are, and I can see them just fine this way. Yeah. Still don't trust me, huh? I don't blame you, really. That guy gave me the heebie-jeebies. Dementia. Didn't I have her... did I turn that off already? Oh, no, okay, I didn't know. I will look for you, and I will find you, and I will kill you. The ship moves out of the docking bay into a tunnel. Blackness greeting them on the other side. Behind them, the remaining ships ignite their power systems and explode. The damage is overall minimal as the docking bay is designed for mishaps. The ships and the Vulge that boarded them are no more. Flick that switch there. We don't need to hear any more from her. Now, where the hell are we? Wish I could tell you. I was drifting along when this popped out of nowhere and pummeled my ship. I came in for a closer look, and the rest is, well, if you can make this work, it's my logs for the past few days. I think it's been a few days anyways. Okay, well, I can see we're in an asteroid field. How far does it extend? Forever? We don't know. It's like we're in a giant cloud. It goes on forever. And we can't get very far anyway because something in here messes with our ships. We have to navigate basically by hand. There's the core system out there somewhere. but I don't see any direct light. There are shadows, so something is giving off light. It's reflecting off the asteroids. We're away from that ship anyway. We should be safe for now. Be a good while before she can do more than bark. They're compatible. Okay.
We support ethical gaming journalism. #Gamergate. This is KTAMRadio.com.
There's a cry across the heartland, a yearning for the days gone by. And in little old Corden, Indiana, they're happy and they'll tell you why. They got butt drugs, they love butt drugs, butt drugs.
I recommend butt drugs for everybody. I can always count on butt drugs. When I think drugs, I think butt drugs. For all my health needs, I turn to butt drugs.
You want hometown service, cheap hot coffee, and liquor. Now that's the ticket. You can tell Walmart, CVS, and Walgreens exactly where to stick it. Butt drugs.
What we call it? Because, okay, so it's the crystals, it's the K-TAMium crystals that are interfering with the sensors. They kind of absorb cosmic energy and store them like a battery. So it's almost like, stretch out here a bit. I think the sensor is in a dead zone, but also overcharged. kilometer out. Oh, actually, I need to go back to episode 1. I think I say in episode 1 how far he or how long he was drifting for. I think it said weeks. Yeah, he's been in the cloud for some weeks. So we could say a couple of we could say he's out there for a couple.
No matter.
stretch. Yeah, I could probably do with one. How are you doing? I'll probably get into some Path of Exile 2 here soon. I'm almost done this script. I see you returned. Oh, actually good. I actually felt that ripple up my spine. Whew. But yeah, I'll probably hit in some Path of Exiles 2. I don't know if you have that game or not. Yeah, actually, Upfront should be popping in here almost any time too. He's been dropping a bit in the last couple weeks. Man, I'm almost done this script. Actually, it's page 5. I'm not doing too bad. Been pretty good. Well, I mean, I've been better. You know, I've been struggling to find work. I got a job I started the 27th, but I've been selling off everything I can to make sure I can pay for rent. You know, using the radio as my distraction, because God, I need one. Actually, it feels good. You know, I kind of miss doing this stuff, you know, writing the scripts and doing the character stuff. I mean, I love talking about it. You know, and then now it's just a matter of finding people to voice characters. So, but my plan is to write a bunch of scripts. And I'll probably do the first storyline, which is about 10 episodes. And then have like people come in and like read all of their parts for all of the episodes, and then break them down and stuff like that. Ooh, 10! You're gonna make Upfront pay for it, are you?
Make it rain!
That's it. That's just entertaining between you guys. That's funny. He's not winning this week? Yeah, well, it's almost over, so. Yeah. I mean, he's been busy working himself. Making that Christmas money. No, my drink's almost empty. Yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to set up my cliffhanger for the next episode. Well, I don't want to give away this. Well, Kevin does himself and Kevin 6, or Mr. K. I do myself. Dementia. Those are, right now, the main characters. I need to get Dementia's voice. And I think I found one. And then I have to figure out Scrappy's voice. I need to find a program that'll do a Scrappy voice, because he's kind of he'll be a character that'll be coming back here right away. And then there's going to be a number of other characters. So there's going to be, you know, somebody at the Crater Exchange. We'll probably have some Core Gov officials or Core military officials. There's a couple of space truckers. I think we're gonna have is a couple of different space truckers or other drifters. I know there's a guy named Desmarius. He was recording a character, and I'm hoping I can get him back. mind you, I think because I'll need him for at least 1 or 2 more recordings. And then I need a couple of women. So I need like a child type voice. So a younger girl, probably between 12 and 16-ish. And then, yeah. I was looking at, man, Amazon is just doing everything it can to try and sell me on crap. Let's see, what do we got going on here? Yeah, well, because we have no GST at the moment. Energy Link. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's that spammy crap. Yeah. Maybe I'll order myself some pizza or something tonight. I don't know. But yeah, and there's a few people. There's a couple of people I'm trying to find, like Mad Mel. He was an old timer, so I don't know if he's around. There's another streamer, Ryder Saw. He does a lot of multi-boxing. I haven't seen him stream in a while. He's another retired guy. Bulmer Fett, I'll try and get him to voice a couple of people, or at least one guy. He'll probably Star Citizen related. And then just, finding some show hosts. But for the dramas, right now, it's just kind of like narrators. I try to mix up the narration. But with the way AI is, I might just start using AI for the narration part, because it's just a dry read anyways, and they're starting to sound pretty legit. No, I have an ad break here right away. I'm going to need some raiders. Raiders. Let's go Raider 1. 2. I don't know if this is long enough yet. Yeah, it's only going to be 3 or 4 minutes. I wonder if I should do another recording of some kind. Toss in there. Yeah, I can do a scrappy cut.
You have arrived. Welcome to KTAMRadio.com.
I don't know what that sound was.
Imagine a soothing, hands-free experience when listening to the
Oh, it's up front.
from the originator of the Savantium Crystal Radio comes
Hello there, Mr. Dog. Oh, you're all muted. Huh. Just in time. You wouldn't guess who just dropped a few bits on stream. He even said that you're not winning this week. I think you're self-muted, because this channel you shouldn't be auto-muted. I know Cable gets in here all the time and he's not muted.
Back when I was in the academy, we would follow every toast with a song.
Yeah, this should be an open channel for chatting, so... Oh, you probably didn't hear what I said. 'Cause you were deafened and muted. I was saying hello! So what is K-TAM Radio? It is an online radio station. So it is what you are hearing. So the premise of K-TAM Radio is it's volunteer run, for community, by community, supported by donations and stuff. So all your bits and everything, that basically is going to go to it. It has its own Twitch channel, K-TAM Radio. So twitch.tv/K-TAM Radio, which you can actually see the radio station. Has some visualization stuff on there too. And what it is it's for geeks and gamers, geek and gamer culture. So it plays parodies, fake commercials. So there's no real commercials. Fake commercials, fake parody songs, or songs that are about games and geek culture stuff. Like this is a geek culture song because it's Star Trek, right? So it's geek culture. But there's also Star Trek online, so technically game related. And I heard you there up front. And the whole idea is to give kind of an immersive radio. The whole idea is hopefully when you listen to it, you hear songs and commercials that relate to games that we play. And when we get hosts, the idea is the host, for whatever their show length is, 1 to 2 hours typically, they are in character. Right. So, for example, if we were to do a satisfactory host, it'd have to be a woman, because all of our pioneers are women. And the concept of the host would be they have the radio tower, which is not only broadcasting across the planet, but it's broadcasting to other planets. They would be on a different planet, not Massage 2, so they would be on a different planet, doing almost exactly the same thing. So their show would revolve around, like what would a real pioneer's life be like in Satisfactory? What we do in a few hours would technically take days or weeks, right? So you'd have the, waking up in a pod, kind of thing. So the start of the show, is I guess it'd be a recounting, like I think it would play as like a log, right? Because obviously they can't broadcast until they make the radio tower, and how long does that take? So I think what would happen is they would be uploading their daily log to the radio tower, and then that would in itself become a show. And so what would happen is you'd have 4 to 5 breaks per show, but 9 breaks for a 2-hour show. Each break being 3 to 5 minutes long, and there'd be music and commercials that would play in between your breaks. So for Satisfactory, you'd be like, day 1 on come up with a planet name, landed safely, disassembled lander as instructed by Ada, and I am on the search. I'm now looking for a location to build the hub. And then what you would do for the rest of that show is talk about the biome you're in. Which biome did you land in? That would be, say, your second break, right? Would be your biome. I landed in this desert area. Doesn't really seem to be a lot around. There's a lot of dunes, and the sand is very, very slippery, silky, silicy, whatever. So you kind of talk about the biome a bit, maybe about the sky. Third break, maybe you start talking about some of the plants that you find. Oh, I found these nuts. Ada says I shouldn't eat them yet, but I'm starving. So what do I do? Right? Now, when it comes to the food, I would save that. And then the next break, maybe you come across a doggo or one of the creatures. Right? So you kind of break it up into different experiences. And so your first show would just be building or finding the location for your hub. And then the end of the last break is, I think I found the perfect spot for my hub. And, boom, you put it there and you'd add sound effects from the game. And then your second show would be basically getting your iron and building, just kind of going through all those different phases, or not even phases, but even just each step of what you're doing. And, making it entertaining, obviously. I found a hog and whatever. Definitely have your fun with Ada. And I would definitely try and find a replicate voice for Ada. Now, here's the great thing about Ada. Ada is not an AI-generated voice. It's an actual woman. And so if you can capture a number of her comments, her longer comments, you can record them. You can upload that to some of these AIs that can reproduce voices. And then you can create your own Ada voice mod, where you can have Ada say whatever you want. So now you start getting Ada into your show, and now you have your own AI as part of your show for Satisfactory. And you could, as part of that show, you could also make it educational. You could, talk about, if you're really into the engineering, you could talk about the engineering. Oh, I made a manifold. I had to do this. And, oh, I wish I had this. Or you can start questioning the motives of Ada and fix it. I mean, you could go into the conspiracy theory side of things. And, you do it all as an in-character thing. And, I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be entertaining. And I've actually kind of thought about that too. But I can't be the main character voice in too many shows. I'd rather be other people's voices, not mine. So, are you back around there, Mr. Upfront? Every once in a while I hear something. Might be having some audio problems. Every once in a while I hear sounds like something's scuffing the mic, but and then there's these online radio dramas that are telling a bigger story, a broader story about how K-TAM ultimately is able to be the nexus, like the Wreck-It Ralph, basically, of all these gaming universes and broadcasting into each other. So.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Oh, yay! I got me a new headset.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's been a pain ever since.
Oh, I bet. Well, they usually are until they're all configured. I was saying when you first popped in, I said, "What spectacular timing?" Because guess who's in my my Twitch chat saying that he's not going to win this week.
Oh yeah. Is he back?
He's back this week, anyways. But yeah, it is fun. It's a lot of fun, especially if you like voicing things or just being, well, like I said, the whole idea of K-TAM Radio is about building a fun community that goes a little bit beyond just the gaming, and and so, I mean, like there's lots of different roles within the radio if people want them. Like there's producer roles where you don't have to be on air, but you're just helping find stuff. Like right now, I need to find good game-themed music that's not just parodies, because parodies they're okay, but you don't want too many. And I already have a ton of Minecraft ones, but they also still tend to flag. The idea of K-TAM is hopefully streamers will use K-TAM as well. So, yeah, I'm just. Woohoo!
What? Did we just become best friends? Yup.
Woot, woot, woot. Yeah, 27 months. Jeez. Oh, and he pops in with the 50, taking first place.
Make it run!
I am using the Chaos Tricks too, so feel free to. Mind you, I'm not sure exactly how that works. Anyways, but yeah, so for now, I'll be, whatever I make on this channel, I'll also be using to put towards the radio. Because I need to definitely buy some more music. I spent about $10 or so the other day, bought a few more songs, and I'm going through my inventory. I'm trying to find good independent artists, so I don't have to pay for licensing. And again, trying not to get people flagged. So as much as possible, I don't really want, anybody who's using K-TAM for their streams and stuff like that to ooh, look at that. Expert Thief dropping 125 bits. Triple digits. He's serious. Holy, look at him go.
Oh, he wants to play games now, huh?
This is Carl Savant.
Make it run!
Okay. So right now, a lot of what you'll hear on K-TAM is a lot of it's based on a game called Defiance that sadly no longer exists. But until I build up content outside of that universe, we're all pretending we're still kind of there. And then up front, pitches in another 86, which gets them up. Oh, you guys are going to start a hype train here too at the rate you're going. Yeah, up front. Okay, so experts 135 so far in total. Up front is 136 for first place. So he beats him by one. How petty. That's great. I love it. Oh, you guys crack me up. So yeah, so you just gotta be salvages. No, expert tosses in another 95. Oh, that doesn't do anything. I'm gonna have to make a hype train. Up front. Oh, he's going big. Okay, so up front in the lead with 240. Experts second place now with 230. There's a lot of old drifters. Oh, there, Mac. Not just asteroids to mine. Whole ships or parts. Doesn't matter. Bring them in. So, salvager. Oh, experts in for another 11. Beaten up front by 1. It's a tit for tat.
Make it rain!
Oh, Jesus. Is gifting 1 sub to Beckaltar's community. It gifted a total of 12 to the channel. Up front gifted a tier 1 sub to 123 Matrix 124. Okay, I'm guessing that's like a viewer bot or something. They haven't spoken at all. I'm surprised it didn't go to expert since he's most active. I don't understand how that Twitch crap works, because it was actually watching. I don't even have that person watching. It says I have upfront, stream elements, and expert thief. I don't even know who this 123 Matrix is. That makes no sense. Chat settings. I don't know why it wants me to look at start sharing chat. Oh, it's like a stream together thing. I don't understand that part either. So up front, really turning things up here. He's got 2 gifted subs, and he adds another 100 to the bit board for what's it, 341 to. Or no, sorry, expert still number 1 with 241. 2 upfronts, 2. Or no, never mind. Upfronts, yeah, upfronts in the lead, 340. Expert at 241. Okay, it hadn't updated. Okay. Expert in for 179. Upfront in with 150. It is a game of math going on out there in the Streamland. Hype train is apparently, it says it's incoming, but I'm pretty sure you guys are hyping it up. Start a hype train. Okay. I think it wants me to do more shit or something. I don't understand. Top cheer gets a conductor badge. Start a hype train, sub gift, or cheer to help start. Oh, yep. I don't understand.
Hi, this is
I shouldn't have to cheer for my own stream. Get that going.
Thank you for your support. Rock on, guys.
Not giving up.
I see that. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, I'm enjoying this. So, yeah. Well, this is a fun little rivalry. I just wish there was like 5 or 6 more people involved. Everybody, incrementing everybody else up one at a time or something.
Hey there, Michael. Well, what do you have? You got your pants around your ankles and a drink in your hand. What were you thinking when you closed that door? They found you stretching behind the 524.
I think you're going to take the win for tonight. Oh!
Just for tonight? Just for the...
Prepare. just for add injury to insult, eh?
How much are we needing for the hype train?
I have no idea. I don't even know how they work. Yeah, they just have this little pop-up on the window there. I click a little down arrow and it just tells me to gift subs. It's like, I don't get it. And the timer just ran out. So, I have to, it's the first time I've ever seen it on my channel, so I guess I'm going to have to look it up. Okay, expert, have yourself a good night at work, and if I don't see you before Christmas, have yourself a Merry Christmas to you and all of your family, and work safe. Well, thanks for stopping by. And you can listen to K-TAM Radio at work if you have like your phone or whatever. Just go to ktamradio.com and you should be able to listen through the web player. You know, I'm always looking for opinions and stuff, try and make it better. I'm still technically in a test mode because I don't really have a lot of music on there yet. But he says he'll win next time.
Would you like to ski Antarctica? Get your snowed under with work? Do you dream of a vacation at the bottom of the ocean? But you can't float the bill? Have you always wanted to climb the mountains of the Mars?
Well, he's won the last few weeks, I think.
Then come to
What?
Recall Incorporated,
What?
where you can buy the memory of your ideal vacation cheaper, safer, and
I don't know what
better
you're
than
meowing
anything.
for.
So don't let life pass you by.
I know you got food and you got water.
Memory of a lifetime.
Squawking at me for something. I don't know what she's doing now. Cat's gonna do something to get on my nerves. Oh, he says he gets paid, so you're going down. And that will be end. Okay, so let's see how this bit of script sounds. Okay. The pulse blasted out just as the ship touched the door, the metal acting like a conduit. The mix of power conducted into it and the programs hacking the ship code caused the hatch to open. The ship, powerless, bounced back in the lack of gravity and drifted harmlessly into a corner of the dock. Beck, nodding at Kevin, the ship drifts towards the now opening hangar airlock. The hexagonal cube changed from a solid blue to a red with a single blue hex. Its program's terminating. Beck picks it up and puts it back into his bag. Dementia, you cannot leave. I will not allow it. I have breached the doors. My Volge will take you. Beck, you see them other ships? They won't fly. I do suggest you start burning some petrol, though, because they will be going somewhere, and we don't want to be around when that happens. Kevin, all right, Skipper. Where's the throttle? Release the clutch. Put it in gear. Pop that. No, next to it. Now slide that up. Whoa, not so fast. Slowly. Yeah, better. You sure you know how to fly? Why don't you fly this thing if you know how? I want to know where your hands are, and I can see them just fine this way. Yeah, I still don't trust me, huh? I don't blame you, really. That guy gave me the heebie-jeebies. And then Dementia, I will look for you, and I will find you, and I will kill you. Narrator, the ship moves out of the docking bay into a tunnel, blackness greeting them from the other side. Behind them, the remaining ships ignite their power systems and explode. The damage is overall minimal as the docking bay is designed for mishaps. The ships in the Volge that boarded them are no more. Beck, flick that switch there. We don't need to hear any more from her. Now, where the hell are we? I wish I could tell you. I was drifting along when this popped out of nowhere and pummeled my ship. I came in for a closer look, and the rest is, well, if you can make this work, it's my logs for the past few days. I think it's been a few days anyways. Beck, okay, well, I can see we're in an asteroid field. How far does it extend? Kevin, forever. We don't know. It's like we're in a giant cloud. Goes on forever and can't get very far anyway because something in here messes with our ships. We have to navigate basically by hand. There's the core system out there somewhere, but I don't see any direct light. Beck, there are shadows, so something is giving off light. It's reflecting off asteroids. We're away from that ship anyway. Should be safe for now. Be a good while before she can do more than bark. Narrator. Kevin spends the next few hours telling Beck about what happened on the Ark ship. His log recorder wasn't compatible with the Votan ship's energy output. Uneasy, Beck does start to become less defensive. He starts to fiddle with the ship's sensors. Beck, you're right. There is something out there that's interfering with the sensors. It's almost like the sensors are in a dead zone, but also overcharged. It's creating a static charge of some kind. Kevin, if we use the Ark ship as a point of origin, we can calculate drift. At least this thing can pick up local asteroids. My ship couldn't even do that. Anything more than a kilometer out and it was dead. Looks like we're getting 100, maybe more. I was out here for weeks, maybe a couple months. I should have headed back, but no, I had to go a few more hours. Beck. Plus a Christmas bonus too. Well, I'll definitely appreciate that. Beck. Well, we're a few thousand kilometers from the Ark ship now. I think it's getting a bit brighter out too. We might be headed in the right direction. If those two blips moving towards us are any indicators, it's ever closer than we think. Kevin. We are moving a lot faster than the drifter would. Those don't look like rocks. I think we got company. Could that damnable AI have sent ships after us? No. She doesn't have the resources to do that yet. In time, though. She'll mine those rocks fast enough for repairs. These are not coming from the Ark ship. These are heading towards us, though. Raider 1. Look at this all shiny. What do you think? Raider number 2. I don't know, but Scrappy'll pay mint for it, yeah? Scrappy. Salvage is what I do. There's a lot of old drifters out there, Mac. Not just asteroids to mine. Whole ships or parts. It doesn't matter. Bring them in. Just make sure they're empty of organics. I'm a salvager, not a funeral parlor. And then back. Looks like they're coming in fast. I don't think they realize we're not scrap. Kevin. Attention. This is Kevin of the... This is a Kevin 6 registration MR11. I'm a bit lost out here. Mind pointing me in the right direction? Back. Kevin 6? Kevin. 5 is in a docking bay back there. Beck. How humble of you. Kevin. They're still coming. Raider 2. Heave 2. Prepare to be boarded. Beck. I don't think we can let that happen. We can fly this with just the two of us, but we don't have the crew to man much offense. If they are this brazen, we're probably closer to this core system than we think. Raider 1. Look at that. Have you seen anything like it? That core Militech? Raider 2. Nah. 'Twas we'd be scrap. Beck. Got any ideas? Kevin. We run. That would be episode 4. So I could probably make it a little longer, but that is been work 6 days of holy crap. I don't save as this PC. grips. And I mean, I might have to try and stretch that one out a little bit more. There, save. There we go. So then I'll forward that on to Mr. Kevin for when he comes back around. He'll have something to read. So that's 4 out of the 10. So I just have to rate 6 more. We're not going to write all of them today.
Gotta pee, I'll be it's a bio break I've got to take.
Enjoying that.
Maybe you'll drink something from the sink, something cold, maybe fizzy. Gotta be, nothing's a fuzzy. Nature's call can't go unanswered. There is no voicemail to take. If back doesn't go, the stream becomes a lake. Gotta pee, I'll be it's a bio break I've got to take. Maybe it's food to get in the mood, or a orthotic attack to scratch the cat's back. Whatever it is, Beck will return to his biz after his whiz from the bottle of fizz. That's what this is, it's a bio break. Gotta pee, I'll be it's a bio break I've got to take. Maybe it's food to get in the mood, or a orthotic attack to scratch the cat's back. Whatever it is, Beck will return to his biz after his whiz from the bottle of fizz. That's what this is a bio break. Gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee. Gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee. Gotta pee, gotta pee, I'll be BRB. It's a bio break I've got to take. Maybe a drink, something from the sink, something cold, maybe fizzy. Gotta pee, nothing's a fuzzy. Nature's call can't go unanswered. There is no voicemail to take.